Right. Even though I spent so much time prepping and doing stuff, I still didn't do the thing that I needed for the chat to show up on screen. I'm so fucking mad. Is this working? Sure. Yeah, you know what? Whatever. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Right. Hey, how's it going? Here we go again. All the food. Why is the fucking live chat fucked up like it always is? Okay, so here is the deal with the logo. Here's all the base colors that I have added. I am going to finish it while everyone else is drawing because I didn't finish it because I woke up on time and then I went back to sleep and slept for another 2 hours instead of getting up. And so I didn't eat breakfast. I walked the mile because that's the most important thing. I've taken my medicine. And yeah, we are here. I'm only half an hour late, even though I was hoping to have more than an hour to finish up this logo, but whatever. Now I get to do it here. Hey, how's it going, Kit? Vadi, get out of bed. You don't get a chance. Well, I mean, you can. It doesn't matter. You don't have to draw. Looking at Discord instead of looking at this. Okay, so basically I'm gonna finish drawing this probably for the rest of it, and then y'all are welcome to come in and do your doodles and stuff. The only thing that I ask is that you maybe are just a little bit careful with, what's it called? With the food logo, because it's not going to have the same level of finish as the other ones. I'm going to be working on it still. So it is destroyable. Yeah, we're gonna do a chill community drawing for food. So a lot of the things that people love to see with food is really high saturation, high saturated colors. The less saturation you have, the less appealing, the less tasty it's gonna look. So definitely when you're doing this, try to maintain, stay on the right side of the box, more or less, and then, you know, up and down slightly, but that's what really makes things pop. There's a place for low saturation, and it's going to be in like tools, bowls, whatever other stuff. But you wanna really make this food pop. So anything that's like actually edible, high saturation, in a nice range. You don't want to get any sickly looking colors. I am doing bad. But that is just the way it is. Hey, how's it going, Rob? Suggestion, give out points for drawing on the Magma stream. I cannot give out channel points. I wish I could. I can't, for some reason. But how about this? for every individual person that I see on the drawing stream, I will add 1,000 points to the Maho Stake Fund. How about that? Off work, and I am ready to stay in bed and eat junk. It's fine. Last night I was just like hoping to get more done, and I ended up getting nothing done yesterday at all. And now the week has begun again, and I am behind as always. So you know, that's the way my fucking brain works, right? I haven't eaten breakfast either, so I was hoping to practice doing some deep fry stuff again this morning, because I am not very good at deep frying right now, but we are going to get better. Gosh darn it, there's one thing we're gonna do is get better at deep frying. But yeah, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, and also like my computer crashed, and like I was looking at the time, and it's like I can't believe it's already 8. I've been doing nothing all day. Whew. And then my mom calls. It's like, are you gonna do the work order to come and look at the thing? And I'm like, no, because I'm fucking. I don't want to have them walk in and interrupt me while I'm streaming. That would make me very upset, because that's always what happens, right? My maintenance people on the apartment are really good about showing up, but they always show up when I am working, and that is not fun. So I definitely don't want them to show up on a day when I'm supposed to be talking to the community and stuff. Sure, as long as they're actually funny. Last time you kind of just made fun of obese people, so that wasn't very funny. Hey, how's it going, Brooke? Welcome, welcome. We're doing some community draw if you want to. I believe there is a link. Always a good time. Definitely need time to yourself. I do, but I also should have done something. My entire sleep schedule is fucked all weekend, and I wish it wasn't. But it's just the way it is, I guess. See all bad stuff, nothing good. Yeah, I mean, as long as you have any stories of people who came in and were better, I guess. If you're gonna show up and tell me a whole bunch of like, oh yeah, and people all died, today is probably not the best day for that. As much as I love learning about the medical field. I was watching an anthology video last night. So there's a movie, Green Lantern, The Green Knights, right? And I thought it was going to be an actual movie, and it's just like a bunch of like, it's an anthology movies of sorts, right? Where they talk about different stories of the Green Lantern's past and all stuff. So it was fun, but I was definitely like hoping it was going to be more like a Green Lantern's this is what happened sort of video. But it was more just like, man, they haven't told her about Mogo yet? That's crazy. Oh man, Mogo. And I was like, I guess I'm learning about Mogo now. Someone here for vaccines and for checkup. That's fun. Do you have to like stab a kid that wasn't expecting it? You're like, look that direction, and then pop, get him right in the arm. I get this 14-year-old boy. I don't know how others who do it in my country have a lot of vaccines to different ages. Yeah, that's fair. It's a new fan-friendly Green Lantern movie. I mean, I thought the animation was honestly kind of mid. Like, it was TV animation budget, but like back when they actually animated stuff and they didn't have like rigged stuff. That's the level of animation it was. There was a lot of hands and fingers that kind of melted together. So it was nice to see like stuff that was professional where I was like, man, I wish I could animate like that. And then other stuff where I was like, man, I'm glad I don't animate like that. It's always a fun dichotomy when you see animated stuff. To see what does and doesn't get through based on time. Like my raid drawing? I thought it was really fun. You did a really good video for that. Most of it just assumes you know how the core works. Honestly, I'm glad that there's a lot of stuff that just assumes how the core works. I do not need 20 minutes of introduction on how the Green Lantern core works. I know how the Green Lantern core works. I want to just get on with it. At least at this point. Like, I feel like DC stuff is kind of the one thing where you can kind of just like, listen, 10 seconds, this is how their power works. Okay, move on. Like, I don't need the whole thing. Like, if the whole point is like, this is the coming out story, you can do that once. You get it once, maybe twice if it's a theatrical release, right? Otherwise, if they did it in a TV show, don't fucking do it in the movie. They definitely need more love. Did you come? Is that beautiful? I did not come. But it was very nice. I did like, the performative aspect of the video was a lot of fun. That's what I enjoyed about it the most. I think you do a good job with those TikTok things. Those tiki-talkies, as the kids say. I was thinking like, oh, he's older, no reaction. You know, I'll talk with him while I prep the injection. Kid saw the needle, he fainted. Wow, that's insane. Then you won't be hyped for all the cool stuff. I promise you, I know how enough superhero stuff in the genre works that I no longer need the origin story. I promise, right? They're doing a great job with Absolute Batman, kind of giving us bits and pieces of how Bruce's dad died, and I think it's fantastic. I'm so glad we don't know from the get-go everything about Bruce Wayne. He didn't like faint like on the bed. He fainted and slammed the thing out. Ooh, that's not good. I need my beauty sleep. I do need my beauty sleep. But I don't need to sleep that much. I think I slept about more or less 1 to 1. Slept until 10. So what was that? Like 9 hours of sleep-ish, more or less. So much cooler with the Green Lanterns. Okay. Now, when you're talking about like Green Lanterns, right? As a whole, right? What I'm talking about, skip the origin story, is that I don't fucking need the boot camp, right? Unless the boot camp has a whole bunch of like really cool constructs and like the whole point is you're building up like a squad to work together, right? Then that becomes a military action film like MASH or Sharp's Rifles or all that stuff. That would be sick. I would love to see Sharp's Rifles but space. That would be fucking awesome. What I do not care about seeing anymore is like Hal Jordan sees Abin Sur and he says, I'll help you. And then like the next half hour is just him learning how to fly. I don't need that. I know that. And I don't need that for every other. I don't need to see Jon Stewart do it. I don't need to see Guy Gardner do it. I don't need to know what's her name. I don't fucking care. Like, I do not need to watch them learn how to fly for another hour of my life. I've seen enough of that, and I've seen a TV series with that. Each lantern is different. They all encompass various aspects of the idea of power. That's fantastic. I want to see that in like Sharp's Rifle style, or like the A-Team, or what's it called? Was it Beautiful? Was it Bastards? What's that movie called? Where it's like military action films, right? Kneel my hand, I call a nurse to help me, and also his mom. Pick him up, he wakes up, the kid was a bit dizzy. He looks at me and said, bro, that was lit. You fucked me up good. What the fuck? Why is this man absolutely destroyed from seeing a needle? I feel really bad for him, just like a little bit, but at the same time, it's very funny. try to give about, here, I'll do a little line. I will do a little bit of a line here. Try not to draw within this space. This is just, yeah, just so that I don't have to like move anyone's drawing afterwards, right? When I take a picture of this, because I like to do a little picture of the logo, and then what's it called? So just try not to be in this space so that I don't have to like take over someone's space while they're drawing again. Last time that happened to Vatty, and I felt really bad because I couldn't give them back control of the layer. So just try to stay out of this space, and then it should be good. Banished to the corner. You're not banished to the corner. There should be plenty of space everywhere. I haven't looked around yet. We'll look around when I finish with the logo. It's not like the Spider-Verse where they all bitten by a spider. I understand, but they all kind of get the ring, right? And it's like, listen, unless they're doing a new lantern every single time, which means you have to reinvest me every single time when you make these movies. Like, if I see Hal Jordan, I'm like, fuck yeah, I know Hal Jordan. Let's fucking go. Are we pre or post Sinestro, right? That's all I really need to know, right? And then we kind of keep going. And I feel like most comic book people are like that. And additionally, if no one's ever seen the fucking Green Lantern's origin, right? Have them go watch that movie, because that movie is fucking sick, right? Or that TV show. The TV show is fucking sick. And then after that, they never need to see the movie again. Batman is amazing, but the villains are crazy. Oh my god, the way they did Killer Croc is so fucking sad. I hope they turn him into like a hero, like a whole monsters thing, but a hero, because I cannot stand Waylon going through more shit like this. Like, dude, they just fucking jumped him, and then now he looks like that. That's insane. Bane is insane, but Bane is like a whole different level. Like, Bane's always a fucked up guy, right? Bane's always a villain, like a villain, but Waylon is like, bro, they did him so fucking dirty. I wouldn't mind if Riddler was also kind of cool, right? Like if Riddler and Penguin and everyone else from the quote-unquote Bat family ended up being like, if not villains, just kind of like anti-heroes, right? That would be so good. Just muscle, nothing more. Dude's like fucking 14 feet tall, isn't he? Because Batman is like 6'9" and weighs almost like 450 pounds or something? That's insane. It's still like Green Lanterns. I like the TV show the best. I thought the TV show with Aya and what's his name? Starts with an R, was from the Red Lantern Corps. I forget his name. But yeah. Sad because Bane, the actual character, is a smart guy, not a big musclehead. So I think that Absolute Bane is also a smart guy, not an absolute musclehead, right? There's obviously a lot of intelligence going on. Like he's like playing with Absolute Batman the entire time. He's like, please don't give up. I want to fucking actually crush you, right? Because that's a lot of like what Bane is. Bane is a very intelligent person, but he gets his rocks off to just like putting people in the dirt. He's like, oh, you thought, right? You thought, nah, fucking, yeah. Should read One Bad Day. Bane, his character is so amazing. I do like the one Bane comic series. I've only seen as like an overview where Bane is like retired and he like pairs up with somebody to destroy a venom factory that's been brought back up or whatever. Batman is just gone, bro. What do you mean? What do you mean? I feel like he's super villain. Also, if that's like Poison Ivy down there in Arc M, that's also fucked up. Like this is some straight up, everyone is fucked, right? I love Gorilla Grodd. Grodd is so cute in the new Absolute universe. I love that they're making Wally the main Flash and the only Flash in the Absolute universe. I think that's also pretty fun. I'm excited to see how that one goes. My favorite art so far has been, I've talked to Kid about this, the Absolute Martian Manhunter. That one is also so good. Like, it's so fucking good. 20 pages. I'm not gonna read it. Unless someone gives me a link to the pirated version exactly when I'm trying to read something, I'm not gonna read it. This stuff is so fucking weird. Like, why is it like red and roots and stuff? It's so fucking. I don't know. Ugh. Right, it's Absolute Wonder Woman. I haven't seen a ton of Absolute Wonder Woman yet. The only thing I know is that she's getting like psyoped by the lasso of evil or whatever that like can like brainwash people or something. I haven't seen her arc yet. Joker. I have not seen the Absolute Joker except for that one frame where it's like a baby head or something. Fucking what's it called? Absolute Mr. Freeze was also fucked up. They're so fucked. So fucked up. That's all I can say. Like I'm not a huge horror fan, realistically, and this entire universe is basically just like horror. So I'm like a little bit on the fence with everything I say about it, but they all look super cool. Like someone had a vision making this shit, and it went off. They're doing a great job of outpacing what's the Marvel version with the shoot. The Marvel version with the Maker world. What's that one called? I am a deep horror guy, but this is like weird even for me. Like everything with Batman is some sort of Cronenberg monster. It's so upsetting. Alfred is amazing. Alfred's pretty cool. Because the universe is reincarnated life force energy of Darkseid himself. Yeah, no, I agree. And like the entire plot of the thing is that the universe has to fail so that main continuity DC people get it. Like they already have Booster Gold has ended up in the like main timeline. Booster Gold has ended up like I like that they're like alternate universe sort of thing, but they're actually trying to make it more incorporated as part of like a grander universe thing, right? Because I thought that was a really awesome part of like before in the 90s where they had like these alternate versions that would just kind of existed separate, right? So I like that Booster Gold is in there because there's like now this alternate universe has a reason to exist. It matters. It actually affects things, and it's not just like what's it called that they're doing with the Terrifics. You know, Mr. Terrific, where they sent them into the weird Batman Who Laughs universe version on a run about the Spider-Man treatment. I'm so bad. I am talking about the 616 universe, where the main one, where the story is trash. The ultimate, that's what it is. Ultimate Universe. Ultimate Universe is also pretty good, but I have heard less and less about it as DC's Absolute Universe has started to come up, and that's insane to me. Like, usually Marvel is the one that is really good at making like alternate versions and universes and storylines that really pick up. But I've never seen in my lifetime DC's alternate universes just like pick up like this, because DC has been very like one true universe ever since the whole the multi-Crisis on Infinite Earths, right? At least you have Ultimate. Spider-Man fans are really going through it. Yeah, Spider-Mans have been going through it since like 2000s, right? I think not Todd McFarlane, but the one after him was like the last really good Spider-Man author artist combo, and everyone always blames the CEOs, and I don't know how much of that is true, but I will happily blame the CEOs because fuck CEOs. Not in the slightest. I don't know. I always like hear that alternate universe characters tend to have more staying power in Marvel, right? DC will either like, from what I have seen, is that they'll kind of just like integrate them into the main storyline, or they'll forget about them. Because I was just watching a rundown about like Metropolis's other heroes, right? Black Lightning is really cool, and he shows up in Young Justice and becomes like something really awesome. what's it called? A lot of the other ones are kind of mid. I want to see Sinbad again because Sinbad is like a little known superhero. And it basically kind of proto Shazam, I think. Injustice, Earth One, Deceased. I've never heard of Deceased, never heard of Earth One. Injustice, I only know because of the video game, and whenever I see people bring it up, they always bring it up as like, oh yeah, the storyline where Superman is evil. Like, I don't know fucking anything about Injustice Batman, right? I don't know anything about Injustice Flash. Other than the fact that he's basically Flash and he's kind of just like, I wish this shit wasn't happening. But they've all kind of been swept into the whole Superman is a fascist ideology. Rise are making Spider-Man so amazing, but Peter, what are they doing to my boy? Miles Morales is gas. That's interesting. Earth One, fake fan exposed. It's true. Because I'm like 3 layers up, right? If I'm not drawing, I'm watching like a couple of YouTubers that are mostly doing random game content, which is Northern Lion, or I'm watching some YouTubers that do League of Legends content. So it's like the only other thing that I do is watch comic stuff when it pops up in my feed. But it's 100% true. The only like DC characters that I love more than anything in this universe are Wally West Flash from the TV show and Teen Titans Beast Boy. Also from the TV show, but he also is really good in Young Justice, and I love him in other stuff as well. So Garfield is fantastic. Like, I'm going to name, if I have a son, their name is going to spell out BB. Like, their initials are going to be BB, so that I can call them Beast Boy. Watchmen are not DC, right? The whole reason why DC are in the only reason why Watchmen are in DC is because they did like this whole Crisis on Infinite Earth to drag in Mr. Manhattan as well as the rest of the Watchmen from Alan Moore's run. Otherwise, they were supposed to be kind of independent. Okay, you cannot say Watchmen is an alternate universe DC. Watchmen is Alan Moore getting to do the thing that he's always wanted. Because Alan Moore is a fantastic writer. Sandman, kind of the similar thing. It's literally not. It's literally just another comic book published under the label, and then they got sucked into because of Crisis on Infinite Earth. The universe originally has like nothing. I read the original Watchmen comics. Did they have any references to the main DC universe in the original Watchmen comics by Alan Moore? Imprint is just DC alternate universe stories. Read Doomsday Clock. I have not read anything. I don't fucking read. I'm illiterate. The whole Vertigo imprint. See, I don't know about Vertigo. I know about Sandman tangentially, right? Strawberry. I see it on the layer thing. That's the strawberry from what's it called? Food. Fucking rainy with a chance of meatballs. Cloudy with a chance of meatballs. Fuck me. I know Sandman tangentially because Kim Jung-gi was a big fan of the series. Other than that, I don't really know Vertigo. I don't know Kingdom Come. I don't know Black Label really. I don't know Deceased, by the way. Is that just the zombie version, isn't it? No, that's DC Zombies, right? Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum. we're never gonna like see eye to eye on a lot of these things because I'm way more a fan of the animated universe because I'm way more of a fan of animation as far as like what I've devoted my life to and like am interested in than reading the comics. The reason why I love the comics so much, again, is mostly because of cover art and cover artists. Because, again, when I grew up in my dad's comic book shop, I only really got to read the comic book covers. So I know, like, some things here and there. Like, I know first appearance of Doom Patrol and stuff like that. And I have pictures of these, like, comics in my head. But if they're not, like, old collectibles, I don't really know a lot of the contemporary stuff. And the reason why I like the animation is just because... Listen, I'm gonna say it like this, right? I love animation, like a lot more than I like illustration, which is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do more animation than illustration, but we gotta get there. We gotta be able to do everything. We are our own independent art house studio, baby, which means I'm broke as shit. Woohoo! This is gonna go, it should go all the way back. But yeah, that just means like, so to me, the canon comics or whatever tend to be the ones that more line up with the animated universe. Even though I know that there technically hasn't been an animated Barry Allen until Young Justice, basically. Because, like, supposedly all of the animated Flashes are post-Crisis, where Barry turns into a crispy, crunchy skeleton boy. Hey, how's it going, Turtle? We are doing our community drawing and talking about comic books, because I watched some Green Lantern stuff last night. I'm really glad that my YouTube Premium is giving me free movies from DC. Like, that's sick. I wonder if they have, what's it called? Is it Judas Contract? Is that the Teen Titans one? Because I've been meaning to get around to that one, but I haven't really looked at it too much. I think it's Judas Contract. I only have 2 comics. That's fine. Personally, I just like talking about the characters. Honestly, a lot of the art, because the art's sick as hell. And the storylines can be interesting too. Like, I love the animation because I think superpowers, and here's the thing, right? Rest in peace, George Perez. Read instead. I'm illiterate. I can't read. The reason why animation is so good for superpowers is because the powers, right? Don't get me wrong. There's some artists, like especially, you got the Kirby dots and stuff for the energy powers and all this stuff. But like, there's some amazing effects in the comics, especially in like the Absolute Universe ones. Holy shit, those are insane. But in animation, that stuff moves, and it's not just like, man, look at this fire crackle, right? It's like people get absorbed. Like, I was super disappointed in the animation for the anthology video I watched last night on the Green Lanterns, because they didn't really do a lot of the constructs, right? Because constructs are hard to animate, right? So it's just one of those things that it didn't end up being really critical of the film, which makes me sad. But what that means is that like independent artists have way more ability to animate whatever they want and look way cooler than DC. Especially prominent in manga. I don't like animation because the abilities just can never translate into animation or live action. Especially prominent in manga. I don't believe that's the case. I believe that because of budgetary reasons, there's a lot of really bad animated effects in animated comics and stuff, in manga as well. If I, like, just straight up, the Luffy versus Kaido fight, once he hits Gear 5, which is Awakening, it's just so fucking cool. Like, the fucking, what are they called? The blocks? You know what I'm talking about? There's a name for them, where they, like, punch something and it turns into, like, a whole bunch of blocks and breaks apart. It's both good. Not even impact frames? I think there's a lot of really good animation in impact frames. I think a lot of it is budget, right? Because One Punch Man has some really amazing impact frames. I think that, what's it called? I'm trying to think of another animation that was really good. It's the same Studio Trigger. Fucking, their movies are great for effects, right? But they have a very stylized effect. So Studio Trigger's, what's it called? Fire Force had a lot of really good impact. Not Fire Force. What's it called? I think Fire Force has okay fire animation though, but the fire one that Studio Trigger did, Promare was really good, especially excellent example. Yeah. Trigger's other thing, which was Spear That Will Pierce the Heavens. What was that one called? What was it? Berserk and Bleach. I'm kind of met on. Yeah, Berserk and Bleach are really bad examples though. So, again, modern animation is also a really bad example. The place where you're going to find amazing effects are studios like Ghibli that have a lot of control over their own animation studio and their funding. The problem is with a lot of studios for animation houses in Japan is that they are kind of like drip fed to keep them in line, right? No one ever gets enough money to do anything the right way or the way that they want to. Demon Slayer has some... How is Bleach bad? I haven't watched Bleach. I can't tell you. That's why. It's not that like Bleach is a bad example. Berserk is a bad example for animation. Because, well, specifically the Berserk animation that has the 3D models. Those are fucking awful. I just don't like the way they do 3D in animation because it's always seen as a budget saver and never as an actual choice. I don't know. I know that the reboot for Bleach had some 3D models in it though, didn't it? I might be thinking of something completely different for Bleach. It's decades behind the manga. Oh, is that what you're talking about? It's like the catching up to it and stuff like that? Or are you talking about the effects? I have not read Bleach and I have not read Berserk, right? The one thing I will say about animation studios that I don't think are great examples, I think that a lot of the Naruto stuff, especially from season 1 and some parts of season 2, are kind of lacking in like budget and effects. There's some really cool effects though later on, but like if your stance is that you don't like the animation because they do a bad job of giving effects for the powers and stuff, I think that's not a great take. Personally, 3D models, even the hand-drawn stuff, quality of art in the manga far exceeds anything an adaptation can muster. That's why I rarely, if ever, watch the anime. I will disagree with that. As much as I like, what's his name? Who's the guy? Fishman that does One Piece. As much as I love his gestures and his art and his lines, I think that the animation team does a way better job in the animation of like capturing the feel of him being rubber. And I think a lot of that has to do with the motion. They do a great job of capturing the motion of Luffy when he's fighting. Oda, yeah, Eiichiro Oda. Junji Ito is the worst example you can give for adaptations because Junji Ito always gets done really fucking dirty in the animation, right? Like the one good adaptation they did, they had one good animation episode and the rest of this, like the season, was just really bad animation. listen, I'm not saying that there's not bad adaptations, right? There's a lot of bad adaptations, but I don't want you to believe that the reason is because animation is bad for adapting this stuff. Animation is not bad for adapting this stuff. It's fucking amazing for adapting this stuff. Just look at like really high polished fan animations. The problem is not the animation as a medium. The problem is money. And the problem will always be money. Because a lot of manga is also very unhealthy as far as like the artists themselves overworking themselves. The guy who is redrawing One Punch Man from the original, what's his name? I forget. The writer who did Mob Psycho also. I forget his name. Because I'm bad with fucking names. I think it's just one, right? These adaptations often cut out or rework key aspects of the story, so I can never respect any adaptation, but people just don't like reading. Very untrue. You should go and read. Actually, you should watch. No, you should definitely read first. You should read The Last Unicorn, and then you should watch the 90s movie, the animated movie of The Last Unicorn, because there is so much prose that is just, you can't really do it. And then when you watch the movie, you're like, they did a good job of kind of showcasing the characters. If you watch the movie first, you're like, this is fucking terrible. And then you read the book and you're like, there is no way to represent this fucking bullshit. Like, I think the intro to the Last Unicorn is like, the unicorn was standing in its grove. It had no signs of aging. If anything, it had no consciousness of time flowing around it. The color of its fur had gone from a seafoam white to a seashell white. And it's like, what the fuck? You can't depict that in animation without a narrator voice. And the narrator voice then gets really heavy-handed and takes away from the animation. So you do the best you can with words, because I guarantee you can't adapt that book into a manga either. It's true. I highly recommend it. I was listening to a detailed diatribe by Overly Sarcastic Productions. I feel like everyone knows who they are at this point, right? They're really good. Fantastic reads. Or fantastic listens if you have the time. They're just a lot of fun. Talking about comics and manga, I think that there is a fantastic filler arc in One Piece. It's where the crew lands inside of a base that's like an alcove, right? This one island alcove base of the Marines, right? And the story writing for this one arc is so fucking good. And then the actual arc afterwards, which is from Oda, is the goddamn Foxy arc. And Foxy Pirates arc is so ass. Just like, it's the arc right after Skypiea, and you're just fucking fighting this weird ass headed guy with a fucking weird racially appropriation of Luffy as a afro wearing boxer of Muhammad Ali. What the fuck? So I think this filler arc is really good. Right after Skypiea. So I think that trying to glaze the original and not seeing where places make really excellent adaptations, I think that's a little bit narrow-minded, because adaptations are hard, right? You can do the same thing. If you want to take an animation and then turn it into a comic book series, it also doesn't work great, right? Skip Long Island in the live action. Are they not going to do any more than one season for the live action? Okay, you must understand, I love Afro Luffy, but why the fuck is he like Muhammad Ali? I don't think One Piece is mid. I think One Piece is really good. The problem is it's been around for so long, it has become its own stereotype. right? Just like Superman. People love to say hate on Superman because he's boring. The whole point behind Superman is that he doesn't change, right? He is not affected by corruption of power. And he's been around for so long, he has become his own stereotype. It's not that One Piece is mid, it's just that it's been around for so long, everything else has like become more nuanced in relation to One Piece. When One Piece came out, it was really good and nuanced, right? The fucking Arlong Park and everything was fucking great. Are they working on season 2? Interesting. I didn't know. Because they kind of just finished with Arlong Park and I was like, oh, that's cool. They kind of like got the whole crew together. 2026? Fuck me. That's so long from now. And I love that. The live action was surprisingly good. And the live action, I hate live actions, by the way. I just detest live actions. I think they're real bad. Mostly because when they do it, they kind of miss the vibe of it because there's so much you can do with a drawing, a 2D animation that you can't do with a person, right? But they did a really good job of capturing the vibe of One Piece, even though there's a lot of things that they don't do the same way, right? The whole fucking what's it called? I think did they skip over Krieg? I think they skipped Krieg, right? When they did the fish restaurant, they skipped Krieg. They just had Zoro get his ass handed to him by Mihawk, and then they went right to Arlong Park. Live action was it's a really good live action. Post time skip has been sound. Disagree. They're launched in season 2. It's been so mid. I don't think so. I think there's been a lot of nuance, especially now that we're getting into this like. Now I can kind of see Luffy being the Pirate King, right? It has like throughout the entire season, it has always been Luffy getting his ass beat and like barely scraping by on top. And like now finally we are at a place where Luffy might actually be presenting himself as the Pirate King and acting a lot in the same way like Roger did. Like all the glimpses and stuff we get of Roger, they're starting to act real similar to each other, which is super cool. That is my opinion, right? You're gonna catch me glazing a lot of middle Disney Renaissance era animation. You're gonna catch me glazing a lot of Hideo Miyazaki's Studio Ghibli animation, right? You're gonna catch me glazing what's his name that does the animator's survival guidebook? I forget, but his animation's also very good. You're also gonna catch me glazing Tabuli's art. You're gonna catch me glazing all of the animation work that Glitch has, right? The people in their studio are really good. And there's one animator has a YouTube channel that works on Digital Circus. And you should really check him out. I forget his channel, but he does a really good job of breaking down what's going on like in the scenes, as well as like how he animated stuff or like the decisions that they made and stuff like that. So I think it's very good. And I think adaptations are difficult for everything, right? But every once in a while, you're going to find something that outpaces the the original. Right? I don't think anyone's going to tell you that the Lord of the Rings trilogy is better than the books, right? No one's going to tell you that. But if you want to tell me that it's a terrible adaptation, you are just wrong, right? One Piece episode are you on? I am, what's it called? As far as the animation goes, I think the last thing I saw was them getting onto Egghead. For the manga, the last thing that I read was them like a little bit into Elbaf, right? They what's it called? They just revealed Shanks's brother in Elbaf. That's the manga that I'm on. One Piece. Glad you like it. If you're on highly disagree, that's fine. I think that's all right. Like, unless you've tried to adapt something, you don't really know what it's like, right? I don't really know what it's like either, but because I don't know what it's like, I'm willing to give a high benefit of the doubt. And a lot of what I like about the adaptations is not necessarily how they interact with the story. Because, for example, I don't like the way that they've interpreted Dorohedoro into an animation, right? The manga was really good. The animation I didn't like because they used 3D models and the scenes that I saw were kind of mid. Same thing when they were doing Beastars. I really liked the manga. When they did the animation for it, I was like, this is fuck me. Because what I'm looking for is the beauty in the artwork, right? And there is some animation that does a really good job of adapting that vibe, right? I think, for example, if you were to turn Promare into a manga, like a one-arc manga, you would struggle finding manga artists who would be able to do it justice, because so much of Promare comes from the color and the movements and the dynamic poses that just cannot be captured in a single frame. They do a lot of hold stuff, but a lot of the action and stuff in Promare is so good. To Authority, they're just bad. We don't have to actually be animators in order to have an opinion. I didn't say that. I said, unless you have tried to adapt a work, right? Then read it and this doesn't have the same vibe. You don't really know what it's like to try to adapt something. For example, Black Sad, fantastic, amazing watercolor comic, right? I would never, ever want to try to adapt that into an animation. But I think it would be interesting for someone to try, right? Hell, I would love to see the author, because the author was a Disney animator, right? Or not the author. Well, technically the author was also, but the artist for Black Sad was a Disney animator, right? A prominent Disney animator back in the middle post-Renaissance. I can't remember when they were still. He was working at the French Disney, and he moved into Black Sad, and it really is just one of those things where I'm like, would they be able to do it? But I don't know, because the author for what's it called? The author for The Last Unicorn was also one of the main script writers for the movie. And the movie is you can't do that. He enjoyed it in the way the author intended. Checkmate, Last Unicorn. The author was the main script writer for it, and people hate it. It's just not a good adaptation, right? Because it's so fucking hard to adapt that kind of thing. I should be focusing on drawing. Breath of the Wild music? I don't know if the last one was Breath of the Wild music. This one isn't. This one's Spy X Family. Talking about original work, though. It depends, right? I think that if you're trying to word for word copy a movie into a book into an animation, it's not going to work. One, because there's a lot of things you can do in each medium that you can't do in the other. So I think you should not focus on adaptations. Personally, I think the better way to go about it is a retelling or a, what's it called? Or a spiritual successor. Sounded like Death Mountain? I guess with the trumpets, maybe. My retellings are the worst creative direction possible. False. Retellings are really hard to hit, but they're a lot easier than adaptation to hit. All of One Piece live action is a retelling, basically, because they flat out skip a whole bunch of stuff. You can like say, oh, this is an adaptation. It's not. They flat out they skip a whole bunch of stuff. They keep the main story beats and they kind of like do the thing, right? The only reason why you think retellings are bad is because a lot of the people who do the retellings are hired and don't actually have an interest in the story. I think retellings are your best chance, right? If you're trying to do the exact same story. Garpus's grandpa for they got to the Grand Line. Yeah, exactly. Complete retelling. Although to be fair, everyone kind of knew that Garp had some connection to Luffy, right? Everyone knew that, just like a little bit. Like, I'm not also a huge fan of certain retellings. Live action Avatar, for example, it doesn't do what I want it to do, right? I think they do the actual CGI for the bending better than the fucking Avatar movie. Holy shit. But I think what they don't really do great is the story they kind of mix up a lot, right? They say that the what's it called? Son of a bitch. At the beginning, everyone knows about Sozin's Comet, right? The viewer knows about Sozin's Comet, right? Now, instead of this presentation of this adventure that, what's it called? Oh, these kids are going on a whatever to do the thing, right? Now, there is so much of the story that changes in the viewer's perspective because they know there is a deadline, right? In the original animation for Avatar: The Last Airbender, we know that Aang has to defeat the Fire Lord. However, we do not know when, right? We don't know if it's like he should do it soon. We know there's urgency because there's a war going on, but we don't know. It's like, is this going to go on for 12 seasons or is this going to go on for 3 seasons? How long are the fun times going to go for, right? It's not until we have the gang together for a while and they go down into a pit, do they find out that, oh shit, we got like some months until this resolves. Story in the original medium, it was presented. Gave up and turned it off. It was so bad I couldn't even get through the first 15 minutes. Another reason as to why you need to enjoy the story in its original medium, it was presented. Right? There's no dogmatic approach to entertainment or storytelling or like creative work, right? Anyone who tells you, oh, the only way to enjoy an Andy Warhol was in the 1941 exhibition that they did with the original Marilyn Manson piece next to the tomato cans, right? Fuck them. Hey, welcome back, Beck. We're talking about art and adaptations and stuff. Another reason, right? Anyone who is dogmatic in how art needs to be enjoyed is kind of flat out wrong. Because apparently, I haven't gone to see the new Superman movie yet. Apparently, the new Superman movie fucking slaps. Like, it's so fucking good. And it never would have happened if Dwayne The Rock Johnson hadn't fucking tanked the DC movie sphere to the original version of the creator. I don't think so, right? Because it's the only way these sorts of things continue living, right? The only way a legend or a story stays alive is when people keep telling the story again. And you might think, oh, well, the story still exists. People can just go and read it, right? But unless you're keeping it like present in the zeitgeist of like the consciousness of society, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you can still go and read it, right? Unless it's present in the zeitgeist, people aren't going to go back and look at it, right? Transformers is a fantastic example of this, right? All of the Michael Bay movies are fucking awful narratively, right? No one goes to watch the Transformers movies because they tell a good story. They go because they want to see fucking robots blow each other up. And it's a fucking spectacle. George Perez is with his work on Judas Contract. You know who George Perez is. You're right. I'm awful with names, right? If I didn't like know that there are 3 Chris's in the Marvel movies, I wouldn't know who Chris Hemsworth is. Chris Hemsworth is Thor, I think. I'm bad with names, right? I'm also bad with stuff. I also haven't looked into Judas Contract, right? I just saw clips of it and I was like, oh, fucking, I love Teen Titans animation. Maybe I'll look at it sometime. I also didn't know if it was Judas Contract to begin with. I'd rather watch MLP than read it, though. That's another one. And I think MLP was later turned into a comic, right? It doesn't hold up the same way. It's hard to do adaptations. Never recommend an adaptation or a retelling. I think the new Superman people really like. A bastardization of his hard work and masterpiece. I am not going to disagree with you that a corporation can do a lot of changes and a lot of harm to stuff, right? But to outright dismiss retellings or adaptations, because most of the adaptations or retellings that we get are because of not necessarily corporate greed, but influenced negatively by corporate interference, that's a little bit more dishonest, I think. A greatest hits of Superman stories. True, but it's better than the other one. Same thing with like Darkest Night, right? Batman Begins and the whole trilogy, right? People love that movie, right? And then the new Batman came out and people fucking ate that shit up. They love that new Batman because it's so much more of turning into Batman into a horror movie monster, right? Massive Superman comic fans. Exactly, right? But you just said it yourself. It was a really good like retelling of Superman, right? It wasn't like the retelling of the origin of Superman or whatever, right? It's someone who is really passionate about Superman retelling Superman stories, right? And probably because James Gunn is so fucking like passionate about his stuff and he's such a big name, they just let him do whatever he wanted. Which I think is the way to do it. Fucking keep the boardroom directors out of the fucking movie, in my opinion. Grant Morrison. Like, I don't care for Zack Snyder at all, right? But a lot of people like his stuff. Fuck it. Like, let him tell his stories. If I don't like it, that's fine. But I don't want to see, oh, this is the Zack Snyder movie after all of the corporate interventions and stuff. That's even worse. Fuck that. TikTok version of the comics? You know you only have like an hour and a half, right? You need to be able to see it. Is it bad? I've just realized your picture says food. No, that's fine. I think this one is probably my most abstract version. As far as like what the logo says. And I've spent the last hour talking instead of finishing it. Which is why you can never faithfully adapt a comic. It's true. That's why an adaptation, and even then, if you were to do an adaptation where you literally animate every single panel the way it was drawn, the vibe of it would be very empty. It would feel very hollow. Because adaptations cannot go one for one. Because in trying to save everything from one medium, you ruin it for the medium you're bringing it into. That's why retellings are very important. WOF? Which one? WOF. I have been yapping very much. But it's true, like, as someone who wants to do animation and wants to, like, definitely wants to adapt some stuff at some point. Like, I would lose myself. 100%, I'm going to do some Beast Boy animations. Like, within the next year, I'm going to do some Beast Boy stuff. Not red Beast Boy stuff, because fuck the red. The green will always be where Beast Boy comes from. I think that's where his powers come from, right? Beast Boy's powers are more from the green than the red. That's why even though Animal Man gets his powers from the red, Beast Boy gets his powers from the green or something? Where the green is the plant force for poison ivy. I don't know. They've changed the way. It used to be so simple. Road got like bit by a radioactive squirrel and then could transform into every single squirrel and talk to them. That's Squirrel Girls, I think, right? Just the life force of plants. Where does he get? Because Beast Boy, yeah, red is animals, green is plants. Beast Boy gets his something from something else, right? Bro, I'm gonna do a superhero that's inspired by the gray. We're gonna do fucking mushroom answers up in this bitch. Beast Boy got it from the red in the one run where his skin color turns red, right? This is shit. I don't think it's New 52. It's where they're coming back and Beast Boy is red. It's the same one where they ruined. Well, they didn't ruin Impulse, but Bartor got a cool storyline that was very different, and they changed up the roster for a lot of Teen Titans. I thought some of the stories were good, but a lot of people didn't like them. They also didn't like a lot of the Flash stuff from that series. But after that, it was shown that Beast Boy's powers are not from the red. They are like distinctly different than the red, right? I'm gonna need to look this up because I distinctly remember finding out that after like the Animal Man reset to the continuity, Beast Boy's powers came from the red until they changed that. Are Beast Boy's powers from the red? Because I don't think currently is. Here's this red. The only user of the green are Poison Ivy and Swamp Thing. Heavy doubt? Deeper understanding, more powerful connection. Like Animal Man, champion of the red, Swamp Thing, champion of the green. Boy can turn animal into space. Mixing. Somewhat newer concept. Considered connected to the red until New 52. I was right. Reboot. That's why Gar started out as red in New 52. Gar was always connected to the red. We didn't see it until DC confirmed it. Red and the green pretty much say any hero or villain animal. Always the case. This is a year ago though. While the rest of the comics to catch up. Because there was a whole this happened while Beast Boy was red after New 52, right? I know, but this is right after New 52. Garfield was red, right? And now he's not because that's the whole point. He had this whole like talking with a squirrel internal monologue thing. With deadly sickness, that's something different. Let's just go to the Wikipedia page. Dawn of DC, that's different. Because where is the most recent? I swear to God. Unexplored psionic abilities. Never seen any of the humans. Power shot is because humans he turns into would be green ability unless he's turning into the Hulk. Ability to read lips, that's something different. Just open Prototygon. No. That's Seed of Evil. I gotta find this because I have 100% seen something about this. Beast Boy disconnected from the red. As modern continuities. I think I'm thinking about the time when he regrew his arm. Probably the Mandela effect. You think so? I don't know. I have to find it for sure. This is from Screen Pants. Because they turned him back to green and they give some sort of like effect. He is such a sleepy little baby. Okay, it looks like my cousin's good for coming over on Thursday. It might be the Mandela effect though. We'll just go with that. Okay, there's nothing I want to mess with in here anymore. I can't really think of anything that's gonna go well with that. The reason, by the way, the reason why the background is blue is because I'm gonna be trying to get a lot more into like saturated reds and oranges and like yellows for a lot of these food effects. So the reason why it's blue is so that it contrasts nicely with it. And the white outline is more just kind of like so it pops and looks like the word food. Because otherwise it's kind of meh without it. Honestly, I think I'm going to get rid of a lot of this that I was doing here because it doesn't read like food anymore. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of like the red and the green and the gray. I'm just like, I liked it when things were a little bit more disconnected, right? When things were wild and weird, right? Now it seems like everything is so obsessed with having a reason or like some sort of like explanation, right? I think this is the Brandon Sanderson effect on storytelling. Instead of green guy, fight yellow guy. Worked wonders for Lantern Corps. It made everything a billion times better. Green guy, fight yellow guy. Are you saying like how every story kind of wants to have the moral story? No, it's kind of just like because they're trying to make all these characters connected in a way to make interesting storylines. Granted, to be fair, I do like a lot of the changes they made to Green Lantern as far as like, oh, now it's not just green guy versus yellow guy. Because I like the rest of the Lantern Corps too. I think, what's his name? Garfleeze, I think, right? The Orange Lantern, he's one of my favorites. He's really fun. It does, but it also takes away from the uniqueness, right? The more you connect people together, the more people are going to group them together. Now you got people like, oh, Animal Man, like Beast Boy. Oh, Animal Man, like Vixen. Oh, whatever, like the Rhino, right? Or like, then you get people doing connections that don't kind of really make sense. Blows up writing potential. Sort of. I think it just allows for quicker uptake, right? Because let's be real here. At this point, DC has too many superheroes. There's so many comics, so many stories coming out at the same time. No one is going to get around to reading all of them, right? Kind of the reason why we have the bust. But if you keep having the same characters all the time and, just kind of changing the stories, then you also lose people because they're just like, oh, it's just the same characters. You cannot be like, oh, I love the Golden Guardian, right? And say there's not too many characters in the DC universe. If you know the original Golden Guardian, right? I promise you, there's too many characters, right? For like a cohesive world. So the solution that they've come up with is like linking them all together so that there's like an interconnected web of stuff. And it ends up kind of grouping things together. And what's kind of happening is that in the mental brain of the people who are reading it, characters become the same character. This is why teams are ongoing and like together for so long, is because you can't really have a Teen Titans where you have Beast Boy without Raven or Raven without Beast Boy sort of a thing, right? Or same thing with Terra. It's like, oh, it's a Teen Titans story. They're going to have Terra at some point, right? Or Skitter, which is one of the more recent comic book ones, I think. So it's not like, oh, too many characters, right? It's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. It's just like when you have this many characters and you try to connect all of them, instead of like letting stories happen uniquely and independently. Yeah, because I really liked Alan Moore's Watchmen. I think connecting Watchmen to the DC universe weakened a lot of the story and narrative impact of it. I think, oh, Mr. Manhattan and some like goldfish guy, Bubble Man thing. I don't remember what the deal was behind that. But I might getting things completely just like connected from different things. I think I'm thinking of the cover for Xanathar's Guide to Everything with the goldfish and that weird bubble scene in Dr. Manhattan killing the universe or whatever. I am too. Like I don't think that, like, I think for a group of characters that are already bound together by a group, I think giving it more depth was really cool. Hell, I really liked the whole beasts within the cores idea, right? The idea that the core of the Green Lantern power ring was a being made purely out of willpower that looked like a koi fish, right? And Parallax being the caged core of whatever. I thought that was a really cool concept because I had just like weird monsters and stuff, right? So I thought that was a lot of fun. But that's different, right? That's like, oh, then you had a galaxy level event of Darkest Night where there's the Black Lantern cores with Death and then the White Lantern cores. I'm like, okay, we're kind of getting a little off track here. And then now we have the negative emotion spectrum or the infrared spectrum. And I'm like, listen, okay, I get it. Dude is really sad because Hal Jordan stole his girl. And then she also became the Star Sapphire. And then he fucking became the Sadness Lantern. I'm like, we need to stop. Things have gone too far. Things have extended to the point where you're kind of really just like you're stacking things in weird directions. Granted, I haven't read the infrared lantern course like stories, right? We're not hating on Darkest Night. I think Darkest Night is really cool. I think it is a lot like DC Zombies or just like any zombie universe thing, right? But I think it's really cool because it brings us the indigo lanterns and like the rest of the colors of the spectrum, and then also the black and white lanterns and stuff like that, right? But it was just like, All right, Green Lanterns were created because the Owens took light and turned it into a ring, right? And then they can make hard light stuff because they split a spectrum out. Cool. Why does everyone else have rings? Right? At a certain level, it becomes like the Guardians didn't come up with this. This is just like the way it was always going to end up being, right? Which kind of detracts a little bit with like literally last night I was watching Green Lantern Knights, and they give an origin story for the Green Lanterns Corps where it's like the first 4 lanterns to go out there and the first guy to make a construct, right? And it's a little bit cheapened by the fact that like, oh, it was always going to happen because the Black Lantern Corps existed from the dawn of time as a force that was going to erupt, blah, blah, blah. And then like the White Lantern Corps was there to counter that balance and stuff like that. Constructs are like when they make hard light structures and stuff. Whenever Green Lantern makes like kind of, yeah. I like Blackest Night because it made Swamp Thing a really cool character. We do, and I was watching the thing from the movie I watched last night, right? I think that's really cool. But my problem is not with the original 4 art. My problem is that like, okay, but the Owens made it, the Guardians made the rings, and there's actually just like it was gonna happen the whole time, or like because they made the rings, they also made all this evil in the universe. So like for one instance where the entire universe could get wiped out, the rings, you know, is a weird thing. We do know who the original 4 is. Like, I don't have a problem with knowing who the original 4 is, right? My problem is that like they're retroactively adding like a whole bunch of stuff to the universe, and then like it tends to be short-sighted, and then like the charging of the White Lantern ring was really cool, right? It was a cool way to bring back Swamp Thing and make them a huge player, and you know, the White Lantern ring's bringing back everything. Swamp Thing was not a top 5 book. No, Swamp Thing is fantastic, right? But Swamp Thing was also one of those stories that was more disconnected, right? It was kind of just like horror movie monster turned into a comic book section of the world, right? And then Darkest Night brought him into the greater DC universe, sort of a thing. I think Swamp Thing as a series, as a narrative, as a story, really good, really fantastic. I love it a lot, right? Mostly just because I like Alan Moore's work. Because the dude has a fantastic stance on like adult fans or whatever, or like people who try to gatekeep comics as a group. I think I respect Alan Moore a lot because he comes from a foreign background, kind of like I do, right? Something was always connected with Hellblazer. Who the hell is Hellblazer? Just Constantine, which is Zatanna. I know Constantine and Zatanna. I didn't know about Hellblazer. I don't know who Hellblazer is. Speaking of, I also... Oh, is that just Constantine's book? Okay. Constantine's also kind of hit or miss for me. Because he's basically just like... sarcastic guy who's a really strong sorcerer. He's just kind of plain as a character design. Like, a lot of it comes from the writing. Character has always played a larger role in the universe. Well, the Swamp Thing is way older than like all the other comic books, right? Because again, you gotta understand, my understanding of Swamp Thing is from like the original Jack Kirby stuff, right? Not like Jack Kirby himself, but like around that time period. No, I just think his character design is mid. I don't think Constantine is mid. I think he's just kind of, he's a sarcastic asshole, and that's like the character. I think he has a lot of funny shots, right? But he's kind of just like an edgy character, and I'm not super. I prefer sincere characters over edgy characters. That's why I like Deadpool, right? Because I think a lot of people see him as edgy, and then you read the comics, and you're like, this guy's a fucking moron. Just like he's completely the opposite of edgy, despite how much he like kills people. He just never finds a way to be edgy, right? Like anyone who's like, oh, Deadpool is cool, it's like, bro, you do not know Deadpool. And at the same time, Deadpool ends up being really sincere, especially in a lot of the finales to his comic books, right? At least my personal opinion on Deadpool. Read Original Sins. Like, I know Constantine is really good, right? The writing is really good. Such a tragic character. He has to live with PTSD for what he always does to the people closest to him. The origin is beyond a joke. He's just dude in a trench coat, though. And his powers are whatever the story needs because he's a sorcerer supreme. And that's the kind of the only problem I have with characters that do magic, is that the solution is always the thing that they could do, or MacGuffin that they found. Is it far from it? I just don't like, because the way I see him represented sometimes is he uses the magic for jokes, right? And it always kind of, it's like Batman utility belt sort of deal. I think I would like this to be thicker. That's the way I see magic characters, though. That might not be necessarily Constantine themselves. I am admittedly underread on Constantine because I don't read. Based on so much real life study of esoterica, Jewish Hermeticism, the African voodoo tradition, the Arcana, and Druid roots. But he also just shoots laser beams out of his fist, right? With a yellow force field. Fucking Naboo Dr. Fate ass magic system. It's always gotta be a fucking laser beam. Energy bolt, energy bolt, energy bolt. Are so much more beautiful and an homage to the history of witch cult and the occult. That's fair. And I haven't read the comic books to know that, right? Does not have the power to shoot laser. If I Google Constantine shooting something and there is an energy bolt, I'm gonna fucking bonk you on the head. And this includes animation too. Because DC approves of the animations. I also just don't like dickbag characters a lot. Now Constantine is just Doctor Strange too. So I hate adaptations so much. The erases so much of the history. Good idea, but all the fandom subreddits I'm in on a wheel spin and combine the fandoms. Constantine's just Doctor Strange too. Yeah, I'll agree with that. To be fair, every time they do a reboot of a character or whatever, it's interesting to see because the original Swamp Thing was like what, a 5-page or a 5-series horror novel sort of a thing that ends with the character actually dying, right? And ending. And then it gets rebooted by another thing. And I think Alan Moore takes over as the third writer of Swamp Thing. I can't remember if... Because I know Alan Moore wasn't the first writer of Swamp Thing. 19 issues. Was the first one 19 issues? I thought it was a shorter thing. It was back in the Detective comic era of stuff where things only had like a short run. Same thing with like Golden Guardian. Actually, Golden Guardian was more popular. Never mind. Do I want this ledge? I don't think I do. I wanted the edge, sort of, to begin with. But now I don't want it as much. Okay, let's get into the actual fucking colors that we're going to use. Shit, my hands hurt. Oh, Jesus Christ. Please don't hurt your hands. I'm gonna take a look around because it's been a couple hours. Yo, strawberry, nice. At least it looks like a strawberry. Cool work, kit. Let's see what else we got. Yo, big fucking sandwich. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Oh my god. And the way I saw it too, I just kind of scrolled and then Scoob is there at the end. That's so fucking funny. Oh my god. There's the strawberry. Oh, little fella. I think that's it though. We don't have a ton of space. I'll probably just fill this out later off stream. Maybe. That was so good because you did the sub at the bottom, I'm looking at the thumbnail preview in the corner for the layer effects. And it's just like, it's fucking not visible at all. Oh my god. That's so good. That is actually fantastic. Congratulations. Yeah. If you're tired, you should go to sleep. So far, your strawberry looks really good. I would say, if it is a strawberry, I would say go ahead and start with the colors. Just put in some reds. We got reds in ours. For the seeds, you can use a lot of. I got a lot of yellows and stuff in there. We got a couple of different greens. Just slap it on there, right? Do I deserve breaking out? No, you guys are not forced to draw. I'm sorry I've been yapping so much. I haven't been drawing. Is this gonna work? That's gonna work perfectly. Slaving away. I still have to clock in. No! I'm sorry. I don't want to make you guys feel like you have to draw anything. Listen, I understand everyone's exhausted. That's why I was late today, right? I definitely don't want people to feel like they have to be drawing. Holy shit, wait till I make tutu of this TikTok. Yeah! Rest in Sprung Factory. Stop making me this bad guy. I think I could use definitely a lighter green than this dark shadow that I've been working with. I think this is the same green. No, it's actually darker. Nice. Drink water. Big five, everyone, drink water. Remember to hydrate. Watching ads on my break. What kind of ads do you guys get, actually? I'm interested in knowing. So, actually, they'll probably only be back for another few minutes. Because, okay, so here's the thing. When I get ads on Twitch, I've never felt so racially profiled in my life. It's true. Because I will get, the Spanish McDonald's ads, right? Dairy Queen Superman meal. Interesting. It's Jeff Bezos? What? I'm not Jeff Bezos. I'll get the, Spanish McDonald's ads. And then I'll get, what's it called? The Spanish Peloton ads. It's like, go consume burger and then work it off, you fat piece of shit. medication, video games, and Tralvargo. Localized ads. I don't know what that means, localized ads. Do you get like political campaigns or something? How's that work? Are you not in the US? Why so much Spanish? I don't know. I think like it knows that I'm Hispanic, and even though like I type everything like on my computer in English, I look white as hell. At some point my computer started giving me like Spanish ads and shit, and I'm like, what the fuck? Local beer and concerts. Ooh, that's fun. What kind of local beer do you guys have over there? I've always wanted to make some beer out of is it couscous? No, quinoa. I want to make some beer out of quinoa, but I also want to make some beer out of sorghum. So I was interested if you guys maybe had sorghum beer over there in South Africa. Got to clock in today. Do I still get my daily rations? What do you Don't ask me these things live on TV. I'm not the one feeding you. I don't pay attention, really hate alcohol. Really? That's a fair assessment to take. I just like the biological factor behind it personally. Like I really like what's it called? So the fact that like yeast comes together and makes stuff, I think is a lot of fun. There's also an insane like cultural history when it comes to alcohol. Humans have been making alcohol for so fucking long. It's insane. Science bitch, Mr. White. Exactly. No food. That's not what I said. I said you guys are responsible for getting your own food. I'm not. I can't feed you guys. I'm poor also. Speaking of, right? I don't know what it's like for you guys. Draw my logo. No. Fucking pay me. What's it called? What is it? The Kroger, which is the store next to me, right? Had basically it has like we'll sell pork chops for like $1 a pork chop. So I got like 15 pork chops for $15. Work for 2 cents per hour, and we have to buy our own food. Sawdust, bread, and tap water it is, guys. You guys are so dramatic. Why do I have a community that likes to harass me so much? Where's black tea? Wait, black tea would make things worse. I don't want black tea here. Maybe like a more saturated orange for the tops, please. Or do I? I don't think I. You know what? Never mind. I don't. I think they're fine like that. I'm looking at the logo and imagining how yummy all that food would taste. That's all it's keeping me sane right now. Mint candy in the lobby. You guys are getting paid. Stop it! Stop! What's it called? This is a lot of stuff that I make. So when I was making the logo, I was like, man, I gotta think of something food related. And then doing it, I was like, wait, I'm making tonkatsu a lot this week. I'm gonna make one of the O's a tonkatsu pork chop that's been like deep fried and is all crispy and panko battered and everything, right? And then I also make a lot of bread and I make ramen, and whenever I make stocks, I'll tend to use a lot of like onion. These are shallots instead of onions. I just felt like going with an onion, celery, and what's it called? Ginger in a lot of my stuff that I prepare. So to print food pictures out so I can eat them. What? So these are all really good. I need to put some broccoli in here, actually, because I love me some broccoli in my ramen. People will say I'm weird, but I think it goes really fucking good in ramen. I didn't change the color. A bit of a lighter green, so I'm going to go for the base of this. Actually, it should be the majority of this because it's facing up. We have a raid McDonald's. Wait, what? What's going on? Mr. Sprung sure be eating well with all the food. I make these from scratch. What do you mean? I actually don't have a ramen bowl either. I need to make a ramen bowl at some point. I need to have my my brother's girlfriend make me a ramen bowl. McDonald's and steel ketchup packets to survive another day. Those things have so much sugar in them. I love them. That's why I like them, because they have so much sugar. I think Vatty is getting way too into this. I don't like the Golden Palace implications that I'm getting. He's like one or two phrases away from being like, "Oh yes, sir, I'm so good. I'm such a good worker." And I'm like, "No, please, no, don't do this to me. I can't deal with that." That is insane, though. I was watching the for those people who don't know, I'm probably going to talk a little bit about American history, just because I was watching something on it a little earlier. Back in the 40s, I think we had the Rodney King riots, which is basically just like another time in American history where there were riots because America hates Black people, and so there was a huge onus on a lot of like shows at the time to kind of be more progressive. And there's one episode, if you know the Golden Girls, right? They had a spin-off series, The Golden Palace. And what's it called? The Southern character did a whole episode with the Confederate flag, with the hotel manager at the time was a Black person, black guy who's very educated, very like, the whole point of the show is kind of just to be more of a lighthearted sitcom. They have the guy who plays the uncle to the people in Spy Kids, which is really interesting. Not Uncle Machete. Tasteful thickness. Did you know Nambla Carne out of gay rights movements? Nambla came out of the gay rights movements. Nambla. What does Nambla stand for? Because I don't know that, but I'd love to learn. Filled my entire pocket with ketchup packets one day. I mean, they're pretty good, right? Anything to distract us from starving. You all should just not be drawing then, if it's such a painful endeavor for you. I don't know what my point was with this. I'm gonna be honest. I just kind of bring it up because I listened to it the other night. Started by a socialist and gay rights activist. That sounds cool. I don't know what NAMBLA is though. ILGA, International Gay Rights Organization, supported by NAMBLA until it's not politically viable. I don't not know any of this. You have to draw 4K Dino Nuggies, and we drop the starving dog. All right, I'll draw some Dino Nuggies, maybe if I have time after finishing the logo, which I should definitely finish. But that requires me going non-verbal, and I'm so bad at doing that. I should really have reference as I'm drawing this, but y'all know me. Always gotta be fucking dumb hoe about this shit. And you need like a lighter color. Is this gonna work? No, that's not gonna work. Let's just drag this here. Unfortunately, that's the same fucking color that the other thing is. Ah! Okay, so you can go less saturated, more yellow. Okay, that kind of has like appearance of a fatty stomach. Wait, the fatty stomach is on the other side? Okay, so the fatty stomach is on... Hold on. I'm trying to remember how, glazed pork belly works. Because the fat is on the outside. No, the fat's on the outside, and that's the side that gets the what's it called? Sprung, only thing I eat out of the logo is carrots. What's the other stuff taste like? So shallots are kind of like if you took an onion and you made it less oniony flavored, right? It's not quite as if you've ever tried a raw, I'm just not like, you seem to know more history than I do, by the way. Tasteful thickness. I'd love to hear more from you if you'd like to talk, read it out. But as far as tasting, shallots taste a lot like onions if you made them less hateful, if that makes sense. Like if you made onions that didn't hate, that would be what a shallot is. If you've ever bitten into a raw onion, it's kind of the best that I've got for you. I took an apple and made it taste not like an apple. No, onions are great, right? But if you've ever eaten a raw onion, it assaults the shit out of your nose because all of the vapors kind of evaporate at once and they enter your nose and you're like, wow, that's a lot of onion flavor in my mouth. Not if you're eating like a sweet onion, because sweet onions are real mild, but like red onions, that's in like, you will like your onions, right? Yellow, white, and purple, and green onions. Yeah. So shallots are, they tend to have a more whole flavor, right? Like a more rounded bit of a flavor, right? Where they are more balanced towards the savory than the other stuff. Yes, people eat onions raw. I think onion, though, is the most versatile vegetable and probably the most fundamental vegetable in cooking. So I'm not slandering onions out here. I would never do that. But if you ever want an onion that doesn't hate you while you're, doing everything to it, shallots are a pretty good way to go. I ate one like an apple. It was funny for a few seconds. Yeah, and then you are shown exactly why people don't. Some people do that though. Garlic is awesome. Garlic is really awesome. Probably could have found a place to put garlic in, but might just put some here in the ramen bowl. I'm in the wrong layer. Garlic makes for excellent everything. Like garlic can do no wrong in my eyes. I don't think it's as fundamental to cooking as onions are, but like if you wanted to have something that was just perfect, it would probably be onions, or it would probably be garlic. Is it the same brown? It's basically the same brown. We're gonna get a little bit more like saturated orange running through there. That's too much. What about this? This'll work well. I'm just gonna blend that in the meat to get a little bit. All veggies raw, no cooked stuff. I think Magma does have layers. Yes. I recommend using the layers. I do recommend cooking veggies because they're really good, and there's a lot of Maillard reactions, especially with vegetables, that are really fucking good. Boiling is probably not the best way to cook vegetables. That's the only way that you're gonna make vegetables taste not as good as raw vegetables. But getting that nice sear on some vegetables will just make it really good. Just because like one, warm food tastes better. Your brain is just kind of hardwired to see warm food as better. Two, man, just like it's yummy. I don't know what to tell you. You can't be like Smeagol and just hate cooked food. You gotta actually cook your food. I eat so much European food also. Unfortunately, I have to call it here for today. Okay, let me take a look at what you've got. Ooh, you turned it into avocados. Lovely. They look great. Let me take a look around. What else we got going on here? Nice. All done, an excellent job. Probably just gonna end up finishing up the... We'll see if Black Tea shows up. Black Tea does show up. We'll do a little bit more drawing. No, you're fine. Everyone has off days and stuff. Plus, if I remember correctly, you weren't super keen on doing this one, right? All your drawing workers started? Maybe all your started? Oh, starved. I hope not. I'm sure this would get helped tremendously by some bloom. I carry this jam just so you don't stop doing these. I'm glad you guys are enjoying them at least. The people who are showing up. Because I think what was happening was that a lot more people who are not over the age of 18 were able to find the YouTube videos, and then they were coming into the drawing sessions. So now that we don't have that reach, then they're not showing up. Like the people aren't showing up. I think fact of the matter is, unfortunately, it's just the way things are is that the people who are mostly free at this time are people who are under the age of 18, right? At least in the US, and I think maybe most people. Package streams to be speed 18. No, because see, this is the main problem I also have with streaming or YouTube and stuff. It's that sad but good. It's like at least there's a controlled environment here. We're not drawing eggplants. Exactly. But my problem is that a lot of like teenagers between the ages of like 13 and 16, and this is like a cognitive science thing, do not have a lot of like frontal cortex development, right? And it's the kind of the ages where people are most likely to form parasocial relationships, which again, as everyone knows, scare me a lot, right? Because realistically, as much as I have conversations with everyone, right, very few people are like any like, I'm hoping that people have the same interaction like level and appreciation. I am a voice on a screen, right? And so I'm worried about especially younger kids seeing me and being like, oh, I know that person, they're the best and all that stuff, instead of like assessing me for the person that I am and just kind of seeing a cultivated person on the screen. They are my friend. It's like, I've never had a conversation with you. Please. I'm also just someone who's very slow to trust in general, right? Like, I love Rush and my friends at CG, but I was not the person to reach out to them or like want to do anything with them. It was my brother who wanted to do the clan stuff. And that's kind of how I got involved with them. Otherwise, I very rarely make online friends. Very, 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 very rarely. That's not button? Why did it do that? Okay, what's going on here? Ah, I'm drawing with an eraser, that's why. No, you're not workforce. But, you know, there is a very strict like relationship with like viewers and streamers, right? That is not like unique to friendship, but it's a very different sort of interaction. Like, in the same way that I'm not going to treat any of my friends like I treat my brother, it's a very high bar for someone to reach where they go from viewer to friend for me, right? It's like an insane amount of effort, and it has to come from the other person because I'm just like, wake up, do things, draw, stay by myself, be quiet, right? This is the most Tuvago ad, Peacock ad. This is the most human social interaction that I have, like pretty much all week, right? Is streaming. I interact with the most amount of people, do all that stuff. Like, I see my viewers a lot more than I see my friends and my family. At the same time, like, I'm not gonna, hey, it's like, hey, spot me 5 or something. Because I don't have a way to pay it back. 2, because I don't want to, I don't want to do that. Oh my god, I don't want to do that so much. I'll see if I can get a bakery job when I get back from Seattle. And I'll do some early morning shifts or something. It's in terms and agreements. Exactly, right? You have to marry one of my viewers? I have to marry one of my viewers? Oh no. I can't think of marriage. I can't afford shit. You thinking I can afford marriage on my $2 income a month from streaming? Hell no. He needs to fulfill the prophecy. I don't know what's going on. You're gonna take it all? You can have it all, my right, or however that song goes. I think it was this one I was using. I don't think it was that one I was using. I think it was this one I was using. Yeah. Contributed to the steak challenge. Let's go, Kit! Is in the lead, by the way, for how much has been donated. Never miss a ship to the factory. It's true. Kit is winning. If this was a competition, Kit is winning. I don't think it should be seen as a competition. But you know, real gotta acknowledge real, right? Bum, 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 bum. I want this to be a little bit more organized than I've been doing it. It's like I joined Animation Studio forever ago, and now we're all good friends. Somebody support each other yesterday. Like, we don't see each other IRL. Friendships are good. It is. But I've only been streaming for like less than a year, right? And I don't want people to be like, just because we see each other every day as I am a streamer, you guys are viewers. Still very, oh my god, my phone? I scared the shit out of my dog. I'm sorry, Maho. So this is, we're doing community magma drawing, right? Thank you, I'm glad. Look at all the emotes coming through. Thank you, Marissa, for all the emotes. We're doing community draw day. So far we only have a few people done drawings. That Kit did some avocados here. I really liked the strawberry. What happened? We talked. Now give me $300. No, exactly. I never want someone to feel like they should pay. There's Scoopy. I still love that. That's so good. And the strawberry, that's also very excellent. I always want it to be a place. I'm not rejecting the friendship. It's just literally way too soon for friendship, right? You know, it's all vibes based anyway, right? Real terms are fucking ass. No one's ever gonna do that, right? Like, to me, Rush is like a brother, right? We've been friends for so long, and we're like online friends. I've been to Chicago a couple times to see them. But like, I've known him for going on 13 years now. It is a very different relationship than just because I've seen you guys a lot more recently. It's a very different relationship. Not to reject friendship, right? But I'm the sort of person who is... I'm easily swayed by emotions, right? I'm a very emotional and very easily swayed by emotions sort of person, right? So just by the nature of that, knowing that about myself, I input these like limits and stuff, right? Because I'm the type of person who will just like drop everything to help a stranger they just met. And I can't do that for like, you know, if I become a popular streamer for everyone. There needs to be like an obscene amount of time. Like the time is the thing. Blood bonding now. Friendship, no friendship, only viewership. Ridiculous Factory, listen, you guys are so mean to me. All the time. That's not the right color? What was I doing? I'll worry about the highlights later. I think the highlights really work here. I need to make this more reflective. So I'll probably add some brighter oranges here to make this whole spot look a little bit brighter. But yeah, because I'm the sort of person to like drop everything for a stranger, I need to be very strict with myself when it comes to friendships, because I'm also very vulnerable to parasocial relationships, right? It's not just to protect you guys, it's also to protect myself. And I think there's nothing wrong with being very close to someone you just met. But, right, as far as like terminology and like all that stuff goes, it can't just happen overnight. No matter how much like recency bias there is, it cannot. And I cannot allow that happen to me, because that would be very bad. But additionally, I feel like parasocial relationships can't really happen until you're above like 150 viewers or something, right? Because there's just quite literally the amount of time that people get one-on-one with me by talking is about the same as you'd get if I went to a Discord and started talking with people. So it's all just very blah 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 up in the air, right? We're just kind of vibing it out, I'll be honest. Trying to animate something, and I'm trying to decide if I want to look up WTD reference. WPD. What is WPD? Or just try to make it up. What is reference is very good, right? If you don't have a solid idea of the construction, I always recommend reference. Interesting to think about though. Which one specifically? There's been a lot going on, and now there's WTV in animation. Watch people die. It's a website. Oh, okay. Probably definitely reference, maybe, or the hell. Vatty went from reference always good to no. Oh my god. Online interactions. Yeah. Because all we're doing right now, this is basically just a Discord chat, right? There's like 3 people watching me, and I'm streaming. This would be literally no different than if I just went to Discord and then people were just like in the chat room, just being quiet, and I was the only one talking. Which I've been in Discords that are like that, right? One person will stream, like 3 or 4 other people will watch whatever's going on. I like Magma a lot. We need movie nights as a good part. We had movie nights. We watched Lilo and Stitch one time. But every time I bring up like what do people want to do on Sundays or stuff, usually I'll do like a game or a movie or something. We could watch like a Justice League maybe movie. Because I'm getting a whole bunch of like DC movies. Maybe we'll watch one of those Sunday. How do you guys feel about that? I don't think it's quite the same, but it's definitely tangential. Sure. I think just by the nature of this being more of a public space, it's slightly different. But sometimes I'll do it's in the community in the Discord. I'll post like, hey, we're gonna do Stardew Valley this weekend, or we were playing some Repo. Lot played Repo with us one time. We did Peak also a couple weeks before that. Before that we watched Lilo and Stitch together, the original animation. Watched Industrial Revolution Factory Conditions to see how good the other ones got it. We're not doing that. Guys are very silly. I think this is, yeah, like a jelly-like texture consistency. I want to give this like some translucency to it. I'm definitely going to try to like blend the edges out for this. This is too big of a blender brush. Even this is still pretty big. Probably add this to 4, right? I do want a darker version of this. I want to go more, definitely want to go more reddish with it. Well, maybe we go a little bit more desaturated with this, because this is inked by, no, it's definitely, like it needs to be more desaturated, but it also needs to be redder. Darker than this for sure. More saturated. There we go. I like my eggs really jellied and really thick. Oh, gonna call it night. Take care, fellow strangers and stream associates. Good night, Kit. Thanks for coming by, as always. Always a pleasure to have your company. And you do so much for me. I appreciate it. Sprung, what's your hobby like besides drawing? What do you like doing? Dog? Does dog count as a hobby? My dog is my hobby. If I'm not drawing on stream, I'm either taking care of my plants. I have a couple of like a couple. So I have like 6 tree saplings that I'm trying to turn into bonsai. My goal is to plant between 6 and 10 new seedlings every year. So I have lots of stock to turn them into bonsai. Um, Other than that, I like to try and grow basil every year, some cucumbers. I want to try to pickle them, but haven't gotten any cucumbers yet. So it's one of those things. I have my aquarium that I like to maintain. Although I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a bit tired of taking care of my aquarium. I like them and all, but it's becoming more of a chore than a joy. Off the grid farming out there. I wish I would definitely be out here growing like bread and then grinding it into flour to make food with. The other thing, I do a lot of baking, right? So I do baking, I saw bread and stuff like that, a lot of sourdough cooking and as well. One of the big reasons why I want to do food, because somebody grows some food, but also I just like food, right? I have musical instruments, so I have my guitar, my ukulele, my mandolin, my accordion, my trumpet, my tin whistle, ocarinas, stuff like that, right? Otherwise, I'm mostly just watching YouTube, though, right? Occasionally, I'll be struck with the desire to do some of my other hobbies. Otherwise, I have 3D printing as well. I'll with my friends, we tend to do what's it called? A lot of D&D tabletop sort of stuff. Otherwise, you know, a lot of the science stuff. I want to get into growing mushrooms too, because that sounds awesome. Sleep over a log cabin in Alaska, no electricity. That would be fun. I wouldn't mind. Alaska's really beautiful. I went up there once as a kid, and definitely is a vibe. Definitely very cold. I would not do a no grid whatever because it's too fucking cold for me. Other than that, I have opera. So today, for example, I should probably end a little bit early because I have to go to opera, and I need to practice a couple of pieces still. I haven't done a great job of that. Looking around, just I always feel like I have a lot of hobbies, but I wish I was growing mushrooms. I would grow shiitake mushrooms, and oyster mushrooms. And I've never had lion's mane, but I've seen people turn them into like some interesting like pancakes, and I want to try that. But no, I don't have any mushrooms yet. Now, if I start being able to make rent with art, then the next step is like me getting enough money to get a grow hood and a what's it called? Lavender flow hood and like a grow tent and stuff like that, and definitely grow some mushrooms. Because mushrooms are delicious as hell. The other thing that I want to do is I do want to do a lot more 3D models and stuff. So we'll see. I always feel like I have a lot of hobbies, but when I look back at it, they're pretty much just kind of 3 big hobbies. Where it's like I like science stuff, I like art stuff, and I like music stuff, right? So you can get me pretty interested in just about anything, right? But I don't think I have a ton of hobbies. I feel like other people have more hobbies than I do? Question mark. I feel like I could have more hobbies. That's what I'm saying. A side guy making mechs out of crab bones. Poor crab. Oh no. Not a high one. Realistic as fuck. No, I believe it. There's a lot of really cool stuff you can do with crab shells. Crustacean shells are made out of really good chitin. So you can actually do a lot of that, what he's doing with some mushroom species as well. I have a color history. No, I don't. Tracks. I'm gonna find it. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I've seen at least some Twitter posts about it before, but we'll see. These are the noodles that I have. Is it on Discord? I have a question. Sure, go ahead. Always questions are open. Open and available. Got that dog in me. That's me. Me and that dog. That's the dog that's in me. Hey, there's some cool stuff. Why is everyone... Damn. Ah, it doesn't matter. You can put it wherever. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That is some really sick crab armor, though. So does he actually cook them? No, it looks like these are... what's it called? Prepared shells? He's using the acid from the soda. Oh no, he's just drinking that. No, he is using it. So these look like they're already prepared shells. In the sense that they were kind of empty, they didn't have Maybe they're not. I don't know. That's crazy though. That looks really creative. If someone got whacked in the head with a sledgehammer, you think their head would fly off? Or do you think? I don't think it wouldn't. Spine connecting it, crack encase it. Why is her doc? Animating it. Trying to at least. No, not Malcolm Jamal Warner. I think I know who that is. Jesus Christ. Am I thinking of the same person? That's unfortunate. No, I'm thinking of a different person. That's not them. That's still sad. Hold on, I'm getting added bugs. I need to ask. What's going on here? I'm getting distracted on Discord. Do you see what you've done? What the hell? Das ist mir Wurst. Okay, we are. Let's get back to drawing. Let's see. With these, I definitely want to make more just like crumple sections. So we're going for like right angles and other such ways of doing things. Perhaps it's a bit too big. Perhaps I should not be thinking about it the same way. I like the bigger shapes a little bit more. Make these. Make them more linear. Yeah, I like that idea instead. I think these top creases were making it not look that good. Can't really see the creases myself, which means I think I'm having a problem visualizing where those creases are catching the lights. Okay, that's a little bit better. We should definitely move the soup stock around. Okay. Definitely liking this. I do want a bit of a splatter because I want there to be some salt, right? Jesus fucking Christ, that's massive. Okay. That's too much salt. That's too dense, unfortunately. Definitely looking for like a scatter. There we go. And then that's too small. Something like that, maybe? I don't know if that adequately... Oh, you know what? Let's make it more of a dark. Like you only see it in the light sort of a thing. So we'll come in and on the dark side we'll erase some of them. So I only want the ones that are kind of catching the light to catch it. So they're going to be smaller on that side, the dark sides. Nice. And then I do want to add a little bit of like a reflected light. Then we can, of course, add the highlights in. And then we can add a little bit of bounce lights into the shadows. And I kind of want to just darken all of it, little teensy bits. Dino nuggets. I will draw you specifically a dino nugget. I never had them. Are they good? It depends. They're just like regular chicken nuggets. So if you like chicken nuggets, then you'll probably like dino nugget. Hey, no, hold on. You can't use Just in the Trees against me. Just in the Trees is great. When you stop drawing for a second and have to pull your tablet back up to you because it's just been sliding away. Oh yeah. That doesn't happen once you have big tablet anymore. I should do the noodles. I'll do the noodles. Bum, 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 bum. Do you want this to be a lighter brown? A less saturated brown? Meh. Ah. Hey, Turtles on YouTube now? Welcome to YouTube? Question mark? Do you need to add? Alright, let's work on the wood ear mushrooms. Although wood ear mushrooms are, I think, even darker black. I'm actually not a huge fan of wood ear mushrooms, I'll be honest. They tend to just not fill the palate that I like. They're a bit more textural than flavorful. I'm gonna go, maybe I'll try more later. Yeah. Thanks for coming by. Sorry it became just a lot of nothing, I guess. it on Magma once I finish the stupid little animation. Ah. We'll see, we've got another hour and a half, more or less. Maybe less. Probably we'll just go another hour so I can prep for opera. And I want to take a little bit of a darker purple. No, that's orange. What's it called? Hmm. Maybe you should raise the audio for the music, since it is the majority of the audio on the stream now. I don't have a ton to talk about. All I can talk about is how badly I fucked up my tonkatsu that I did on Friday when my friends came over. Because they came over and I was super excited to do the tonkatsu, and I'm just bad with frying oil. I've never had a decent experience with it, I think. It just always is too fast to burn for me. So I don't have a really good way to regulate the temperature for it. Hmm. I think just flat out the entire top is going to be this color of green. But it's not going to extend down to here, so that's I'm going to have to be a little bit more careful of. I don't really have a good idea of what celery leaves look like. I use celery so much too, and I never remember how they're supposed to look like. Celery. Yeah. So, this is mostly fine. I feel like it gets the idea across. I feel like I should use some more like lobes, right? So the leaves are going to be way more I should definitely set up a selection. And then they have like moved towards a brownish, greenish moss. I want it to be darker, but I don't want it to be that much darker. See, that's already too dark. And then I want to grab almost a bluish, I think. Let's try it with a softer ink. That looks better. Okay. What? What's going on? Let's do a little bit of blending here because that's a bit rough. I'm gonna keep that blue color going. I'm blending still. Be a bit darker. They definitely need to be more tube shaped. I lost the tube a little bit here. Definitely could go with some more green shapes. Let's raise the pixels on that. Let's blend some stuff and then refine it. Because there's a lot of shapes going on here that I would prefer to have independent. Well, at least a little bit more defined is a better word for it. I look back, so hyper realistic. I don't know if I would say hyper realistic. But thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I really like anime foods. When they do the food preparation animation, I would love to do some like actual recipes of my own and then just like show the video of preparing it and do the animations for it and everything. That's so far away. Needs to be so much better than I am right now to be able to do that kind of stuff. But until then, you know, we got time. I'm not super worried. This ginger is the thing that I really got to work on the most right now. I should probably just look up a picture of ginger. It's definitely a lot yellower than I have it here. Like an orange or yellow. For sure. Okay, and so I want to go a little bit more towards the redder sections when I'm doing these lines. Yeah. I'm at a point where I could use an animation loop, but I don't want to because I don't like loops. You don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. If it's not something that you're interested in doing, don't worry about it too much. There's nothing wrong with an animation loop either, though. It takes just as much effort to make something that loops as it does to make something that doesn't loop. Just a different way to apply it. If it's taking you more effort to do one than the other, usually what that means is that you're maybe not doing something as efficiently as you could, right? Because I think the big benefit of what's it called? Animating in a loop, right? Is that you can plan it out and it's usually a little bit shorter. And the benefit of not animating in a loop is that you don't necessarily have to plan it out 100% of the way. Really, you can plan it with keyframes. And then everything else kind of just will fill in between because the mind will fill in the gaps a lot more. So as long as you have a clear arc and a clear motivation for the movement and everything, the brain is really forgiving with a lot of the in-betweens. You don't have to worry about that too much. Just doing the same action over and over again. Yeah, sure, but a loop that repeats every 1 second should not be any more difficult than an animation that is just 1 second long, if that should make sense. And I want a really nice warm bounce light, I think. Should be this. And then let's take this brown and really darken it. And add some like knots and burls or whatever. You can maybe see where things are coming, not apart, but like something might have been connected. They're just doing the same action over and over again. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Alright. Doing good. I think that's the veggies done. Pretty sure that's not the ramen entirely done. I still want to do a couple of things here and there. Like I want to hit this with a nice big like reflection light. Especially with all that dark yellow in the middle there. Definitely be a good source of glow, like a nice jelly glow. That's the wrong kind of bright. Hmm. Problem is that it needs to be this yellow. There's just not much more we can do. Hmm. Maybe if we make it darker. But making it darker wouldn't be great, to be honest. What if I get this thin flat? And turn the opacity down to like this. Kind of works. I'm on the fence about it. We'll see how it goes. Alright, let's instead do like that. More towards orangish. Okay, let's get our highlight in here. Looks good. Yeah. See the end? We're working on it. We gotta do the Katsudan next. And then the red on the right. Yeah. This is the food. Everyone can draw something. Magma stain. Looks like we've only had 2 people, though. I'm gonna try to blend this back down a little bit. I think this got a bit too out of control. There we go. I should put a little bit of separation between the 2 chopsticks. Sure. And then I do want like a lighter side. Like Catholic. Why? Sorry for what? 8K subs. I'm gonna give you a shout out. Yeah, I appreciate it. Would definitely help. I don't know if I deserve it. There's definitely some more people that could use it. Well, I could probably use it. I need a job. I need to turn this into my job, man. Gotta stop giving away free help. Like, I stop turning away free help. For sure. I could definitely use a little bit. Let's blend some of these edges so they're a little bit more interesting. And I do want to add that highlights. I'm definitely feeling a warm light. Something like that. Do want a harder edge though. Because I want this to look like it's reflective. And the more bands they are, the more reflective it's going to look. I guess the more specifically, I should say, the more shapes that are inside of these bands. More like hard shapes. Because it looks like it's reflecting like a scene or something. You can still have some blending going on. Just needs to be a little bit more selective here and there. I do want to kind of bring this whole thing down just a teensy bit. This is still my blending. Yeah, cool. A little bit more. And then we can do our little highlights. That's the money shot. That's what's gonna make it look really fucking good at the end. Do not get a little bit more these like maybe fat pockets that have different colors, because there's not a lot of visual interest going on inside of this fat, and so it's ending up being this kind of like boring blocking effect, which I don't want for sure. Let's do a little bit of blending. Oopsies, wrong way. I want the fat to blend into the meat. Similarly, I want these like cuts of orange to like bend more upwards. What I don't want to be hitting though is this the shell-ish sort of thing. This color here in the middle represents the outside layer of skin that's been how do you say this? So when you're cooking it, you cook it in a marinade, and the outside shell kind of becomes this gelatiny, almost like the skin will gelatinize into this kind of hard, kind of jelly-like crust, right? It gets the most beautiful, and I mean like absolutely beautiful, like just like golden color. Like it's like if you turned meats into gold or something. And soft ink. That's 10? That's way too many pixels. Probably because it's gonna be like little tiny specks of like bum 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 ba dum bum ba da ba da bum dum ba dum. Okay, so this one is gonna be a little bit trickier. We're finally at the Katsudan. I think I could actually come in here with a little bit lighter. Um, um, nice. Love me some ramen. Alright, let's focus up on this, because I think we're going to need to get way more into the weeds with this. We have been. Need to find a place where I can put like a big chunk of this orange and it looks realistic, so that I can leave that there and grab other colors too. Hmm. Da, 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 da. I should be looking for big shapes. Big shapes for Katsudan. Let's do that instead of what I was doing just now. Because what's going on is I'm doing a whole bunch of scribbles. And I think that's fine for like the background, but then we also need to have some good shapes and shape language. And you know what? This is a perfect time for a texture brush. I have been avoiding using texture brushes, but I think I do want to try this one. At least this is going to help us get rid of those spots that we were having. We can come in with our darker color, much darker color. Do I want that? I don't know if I want that. But what if we treated this as kind of like a texture going underneath flakes and stuff? So we can use it to like pronounce the, or yeah, to exaggerate this golden color on the surface and give it some depth. Ooh, that's really nice. That's a really good katsudan. I think the textures was really giving it a whole bunch of the effects that I really want. So I want to keep that. Oh yeah, I'm definitely feeling that katsudan. Okay, let's get into this bread a little bit. Let's try to see if we can use... Okay, we're gonna definitely have to specify. Otherwise, that's gonna get messy real quick. Let's just make a new selection. Right, now let's go back over to our blend brush. This is awful. Cool, that definitely works. And then we're gonna come back over. I want to grab a lot more of these oranges that I've been getting inside of this thing. Nice, congratulations on your animation. I'd ask you to share, but gory stuff really kind of, I'm not a huge fan of. I am not a huge fan of gory stuff, I'll be honest. Not gory, but I don't. I mean, you can share it if you want. Just like you told me, it's you're hitting someone in the head with a hammer and having it come off. Sounds kind of gory. I don't know what you've done to it. I suppose. Want more of this like yellow underneath for sure. Na. We want to go more desaturated, and then I'll probably just use like a rough. This is that. I don't like that. We're not maintaining saturation. So what I'm trying to do is I'm going to shift hues. Well, it's shifting hues towards the yellow, not as good. But we're gonna see if we can maintain saturation like that. I think we can. Yeah, this is looking way better. And then similarly, you're gonna keep going. That's a bit far, I think. Have this like dark ridge. And have like blend that backwards. Information's been stuck in my head, so I finally got to make it. Yeah, no, that's good. I definitely want you to share it if you're proud of it. I am just squeamish. Mixer brush. And actually just gonna go down to basic here. I just want a little bit of blending going on. You want this darker color for sure. I kind of want a texture brush. We're going to be doing very small things with this texture brush. What I'm looking for is just something that has a little bit of like fall off. It's not like bright. I need to pay money to upload video to Deviant. Yeah, that's why I don't use it for animation stuff. Blue sky is good enough. Yeah, honestly, blue sky is not terrible. Oh, we gotta end this pretty much now. If you want to keep drawing, the canvas will be open, of course. But for the most part, at the moment, I'm going to be doing just finishing up this knife section here. Let's blend that just a teensy bit. So I want there to be the illusion of an angled grind. I don't want it to be like super, you know, polished. I'm just going to steal a reflection from, oh my god, fuck off, Amazon. Okay, so it's just straight up just brighter. This is still the blend. Why is it so large? And then we can do a tiny bit of a nah, that's not right. It is pretty much 100%. I want to like lower the amount that it's. Maybe if I reduce the flow? Yeah, all I'm trying to do is take off the digital effect. I still want it to be a very clear deviation from that. All right, that's my food logo completed. Let me take a quick look at what you've been up to, Turtle. In the quick time that you've been here. Yeah, nice. There's some good bread. Eh. Maybe, does this look fine without the outline? No, I prefer having the outline on. Sourdough. It's a very excellent sourdough. Mini canvas or this? I'm 21. We didn't get a ton of people doing this one. We're going to export the canvas now. Four. I do like the fish one a lot better. I think the fish one was a lot more fun. As far as like logo goes, I think I went too into detail with this one. But yeah, thank y'all very much for coming and watching. I'm gonna go ahead and end stream a little bit early just so that I can prep for opera and everything. Glad everyone came by, hung out, even if you didn't draw the whole way through. You drew enough. We had the people show up, so I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can add to this. Only my viewers can add it. So unfortunately, there's nothing I can do. Wah, wah. That's alright. Well, thank you anyway for coming by, and I'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna get back to art stuff tomorrow, so we're good.